Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows doing my usual live stream coming straight from the Godot Audio Engine meeting. And one of the people from the Godot Audio Engine meeting followed me here. So I thought something I could do to start off is literally what I had been talking about. Assuming I can get my side. I remember to move my microphone where it belongs. This is the microphone that I'm using. If I fail to remember to do that, then it's sitting up on a shelf somewhere and sounds a little bit funny. Oh no, you can't hear me? Should be able to hear me now, presumably. I'm honestly not sure why you wouldn't. Because it looks like we are feeding audio correctly. Oh, there you go. Yeah, okay, so let's find out. Over to main cam, you should still be able to hear me, or at least that's what the microphone indicates. And I was going to bounce over to Chromium and open up this thing. Here's the thing we were talking about. Audio issue triage. So we spent a bit of time looking over this kind of stuff, and it's a list of things that we can do, although I'm not sure that's exactly the one that I was looking at another one, which I think was the requests, and I don't know where that one lives. But yeah, here is a list of different priorities on things. Clearly Godot 3 low priority. And the issue triage, I guess what that means is that we have different places to look, and they were looking at another one, which I don't know where it is. But yeah, loop offset field only allows values of up to 3 decimals. A imprecision that sometimes leads to an audible pop when looping. Yep, that would cause that. And so that has to do with the OGG importer. That's a pretty straightforward thing. I will confirm that that is going to cause issues for people's loops and things. Popping with a area 3D with a reverb bus enabled and an amplifier on the master bus. Well, so when it starts, it produces a pop. Reproducible. And yeah, that might have to do with the area concept. And again, this Calanu raises the issue that we were talking about earlier, where a bunch of these things you could have a sort of fade in, and depending upon how quickly the fade in happens, it could still produce a pop or a noise, but not necessarily. And if you default always to fading everything everywhere, you fail to be able to play sounds where there is the first sample matters. But yeah, that is another one of the issues. A lot of these look like the sort of basics where your basic debugging type of thing. Yeah, Pulse Audio project closes if there are no audio output devices. These are the kind of things that I can't necessarily speak to. Whereas the kind of thing we were talking about a little bit is, I'll open this up again, and then I'm going to re-demonstrate the thing that I was talking about, piping it directly to the stream. And I'm going to fire up Audio Hijack so that I can hear what it's doing also, but I did this in the meeting. We can do this. Distance goes higher. And I've been asked for finer grains on the really close-up stuff, because apparently that's still useful. Amounts this small still have a usefulness to them. But my concept here was more along the lines of trying to do great distances. And this control that says top dB is an entirely other thing. And you end up with something where great distances are large numbers of miles. This is honestly better demonstrated with one of the reverbs I was working on today. Looks like I have one of those handy. So if I quickly normalize that up, I'm not going to save it like this, but it'll let us hear it a little bit more clearly, and then run the same process on that. You'll hear a more effective distance off of that. This is a reverb impulse I have not made into a plugin yet. Top dB. Is a thing that will adjust it along the lines of how loud that sound is meant to be. Or not necessarily that loud. And then as we move the distance around, so that's meant to be about 1 mile away. And then it will continue to get brighter as we go to close up. And immediate sound is not filtered at all. So that's what this does, and there's a high shelf parameter that does this in the Godot Engine, but not in the sense of having reverb. So distance tends to step on the highest frequencies first. And that has a great deal to do with whether things will sound really, really close or just reasonably close. This will tend to really step on since the hi-hats are mostly here there. Quickly becomes evident. And then it'll continue to roll off as it goes, which will end up attenuating the really high frequency stuff so much that it's completely gone. It's not just a simple shelf going from one thing down to a certain thing. It tends to be a real roll-off filter. That steps on everything very intensely. So I don't think I would necessarily want literal distance in there, and I'll tell you why, although I'm going to not save the changes I made to that. What we've got in distance 3, and again I'm being asked to do an additional distance. Let's open this in Baby Edit. If I don't, it'll be slightly less high contrast, but it'll also be less manipulable. Distance runs a set of buffers to do this kind of stuff with. And these might actually, yeah, those are discontinuity related. So my IIR-like thing to further squish super distance stuff is simply a form of what sort of I used the, well, I should do this, and so I guess I would do that. And next thing you know, we have Wooden Box. I'm honestly kind of excited with trying to extend it into some different regions. I couldn't help but notice, after having already made it, that the guy doing symbol simulations, excuse me while I put my Godot meeting laptop away. Also, I have one further thing. Excuse me while I shuffle stuff about like mad. One additional thing. Let's put a log in the wood stove. This is the last cold day of spring, as near as I can tell. It was down to well below freezing when I got up in the morning, and it's supposed to be bouncing back pretty effectively from that kind of onwards. So this is literally our last wood stove day. And we might as well enjoy it while we got it. Got so busy being involved in the Godot meeting that I forgot to attend to this, but it should burst back to life before terribly long. Well, I say that, but I can do something about it. Got kindling made of paper bag. And I can set this, and that should help it get going again. By the time the day is done, it'll be so warm in here, I'll forget what winter was even like. And then hopefully I'll do well enough that I can afford firewood for next winter, and when next winter comes, I'll be ready for it. There we go. So that ought to do it. And by the way, audio people from the Godot Engine thing, you're hearing changes in microphone because when I move to this camera, the microphone that I use is a microphone up in the corner of the room. And I will demonstrate what that means now. Listen closely. We can demonstrate the actual behavior of a room, because I am sort of at the far wall of the room, and you can probably hear the acoustics of it. Or indeed, I can move over to where I'm in an adjacent hallway in a nearby room, and you're hearing me talk up the hallway and the acoustics of that, although it is not nearly as loud, so I gotta raise my voice in order to have that show up on the recording. But then as I get closer and bring myself into the room where the microphone is up in the top corner of the room, and as I move closer and closer to it, I become closer and closer to the position where the microphone is at. It's a pressure zone microphone in a corner, so it has very close isolation, and all the adjacent walls don't actually count for the pickup of this microphone. I'm actually about 3 feet away from that mic. It doesn't sound like it because it's a pressure zone microphone, so it's getting a sort of close-up effect. And then as I continue to move backwards into the room, now it sounds like I am in an acoustic environment. And that's how acoustics work. Oh, Decay, you're in a Kohler location? Fair. While I'm at it, I'm going to open up what the original distance was made of. Because we're kind of talking about, Godot has something like this, but it's being implemented as a high shelf. And I don't know whether the frequency alters with where that's setting. And this is the original distance. See, I got third result, previous result, last clamp, clamp, change, and last. As if I was to do this again, and who's to say that I won't, I'd probably set those up as enums. And then I can scroll this right up. And back in the day, I was specifying doubles as float64. That shows you that this is a very, very old piece of code, like upwards of 20 years old. A bunch of things are applied in this way. So distance is implemented in this slightly funny way, where it is kind of applying a whole series of this thing that says soft slew. That's basically your filter cutoff. And I don't implement bridge rectifier in this way anymore, but this is essentially acting as a slew clipper of some kind, or a slew clipper combined with 2 stages of IIR filtering. Now, the thing about this simple form of IIR filtering is that it has a very slow cutoff, but that's all to the good for something like this. But you do want it to steepen as it goes. Hey, Cosmo. Well, good to see you. So one thing about it is implementing filters like this, although not all of it, you'll notice that we have a transcendental function in there. It's running a sine function. And I would not necessarily want to be doing, I'd want to check and see whether it's really contributing to what's happening, because this is back, again, 20 years ago. I was making my name as somebody who would just try audio things to see what they did. And so I made this happen, and it sounded like acoustic distance, and I ran with it. But is this actually the optimal setting? Is this the optimal way of implementing this? Maybe not. In particular, for a game engine, I wouldn't want to be running lots of sine for every sample. If I could do it in a different way, I might want to do that. There's a bunch of things to pay attention to. For instance, in modern computers, typically, if you're doing a bunch of this calculation in it, I've got entire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 variables being defined up here outside the loop. Many of these could be consts declared only as needed, or simply run the math over and over again. I never ever do a wet variable and then a dry variable ever in modern plugins, because you're better off doing like dry sample times 1.0 minus wet rather than having an extra variable sitting around. It'll just clog up the CPU with an extra variable, and memory bandwidth becomes a problem. Whereas the math bandwidth is usually not a problem. So you can do a whole bunch of things. Like you compare this with something that I've done more recently. I've got a bunch of these things. Here's one that I've done much more recently. And if we open this one up, as I have done, and then stretch the window way out here, because I'm going to need to. Many more variables sitting around because it's an elaborate multiple householder matrix thing. This is the one where, like I said, you can move the control around and have it move the position of the sound source. but I'll often have stuff like this. I came across this from Freya Holmer doing variations in Bezier curves and ways of implementing them. And I'd been doing basically just a 100% lerping version of it, but you can also break it down into what's like a Robertson reduction or something. The math is a bit much for me, but you can do it like this and it does the same thing. Whereas by contrast, in a more recent version, this is a more recent version that doesn't have that. So we've got many of the same things going on. These are just updating buffers and things. But my previous way of doing this was like this. I would still have this x variable, bez cycle times bez trim. This offsets where the loop went so that it adds it. Yeah, it gets a bit complicated, yeah. But I'm doing this thing which is, firstly, you see this little sequence of things like CL equals BL, B equals AL, A equals input sample L. That's just moving everything in a bucket brigade fashion along. And then we're doing a lerp between C and B, and that's how we do it. Again, it's the same with a dry-wet control. It's better to do 1 minus x than to make a whole separate variable just for that. Even though we're doing it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, it's most likely still better to leave x as just a single variable rather than allocate a whole other variable just for doing that. And then we do C, the right version, and then B to A, that is also being interpolated. And then CBA is this part of that, and we're starting at the B position. This is why I haven't been able to get Freya's thing to work with the cubic Bezier curves. This is operating on a quadratic Bezier curve. I haven't been able to make it work with a cubic curve because it doesn't join up properly. And there will come a time when I do figure that one out, but today was not that time. And then the output is, we're doing, this is a CBL plus Bez average outsample. What that means is the output of this, which is a Bezier interpolation between these sample positions, is also having a simple averaging filter on top of it. So that's a whole extra thing to be doing with it. This is just doing that x calculation, but then you get to start with the B position so that they can continually extrapolate beyond. Every time we loop through that, it will take up where the previous one left off. And then we're lerping to the end position. And it's being done like this. It's still the quadratic Bezier curve, but you can do it as a single equation. And it's messier, and you could break it up into individual statements. But the computer is able to do this a lot faster than the interpolated fashion because we simply don't have as much math happening, and the end result is the same. So yeah, the thing that I said that I was going to do today was fool around with the Godot video game, because I've been watching a YouTuber. I should go and look that up, actually. It's worth shouting this guy out, because I'm going to be running with what I think I have learned from him, but I should also point to where I got these ideas. my YouTube streams. You can see I enjoy reading, or I enjoy watching Bell of the thing, and Loading Ready Run. It's what Talking Simulator is. And then if I skip, and I was looking up Steve Jordan's kick drum beater, turns out he was just on this. He was just playing and this is Melon. So where am I gonna find the one which I'm looking for? Well, I know one way I can do it. Even if my history doesn't allow, I've got that saved. I just have to move all my windows around. And
hello and welcome to the After the Video segment.
There's the guy. So I have to move all my windows back now, but what do you want for nothing? I got my stove going, I've got my coffee, we're doing the best that we can. But I was just watching Adam Millard, the architect of games, on YouTube. And it gave me some ideas for how I can work on the Godot game I'm working on. Because there's some specifics which I think I'm getting wrong in the same way he's talking about here.
With fun. Now, when I first heard this about a decade ago, I thought it was nonsense. What was he talking about? How could...
So the topic of Adam's video here, and he starts out by basically pooing on Mugenics only to reveal that it's one of his favorite games and he actually secretly loves it. He's making fun of it at the start, but then it's like, and this is why it's really great, but he feels that it's too complicated. And the whole concept here that he's going on about in making his very fast-paced, and he's talking constantly through it and all of that kind of stuff. He does good videos. They're engaging. Constant shots of different videos and different kinds of things. I'm trying to find where he has stuff up on the screen explaining. Perhaps that's actually not a good idea for me to try to look for. But suffice to say, Adam Millard, the architect of games, and that particular one is one I was watching, which was giving me ideas having to do with Counterpart. So we're going to open up Counterpart and also open up JetBrains Writer, that being what I do my coding on it in. It should be fitting onto the screen reasonably well, and sure enough, I think it is. That should suffice. I could... We could do with like a little headphone adjustment here. Allow me to do this thing so that I can pipe game audio directly and balance it reasonably. We'll set that up there. Very good. Shut off the speakers so that my mic is the only one that comes through, and now the only sound comes into these headphones, and that should work reasonably well. And I've clicked on the wrong thing. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. So if I was to position this correctly, let's see, that goes there. And that goes there, and then if I have writer, that covers that bit up. So again, don't mind me. The only reason I'm doing this is so that it is behaving itself fairly well. And if we hit this, you and I both get to hear this music. Although I gotta say, that's not incredibly loud. but we are starting up at level 500. So yeah, this is the asteroid game. You would think the purpose was to shoot the asteroids. If you do, the thing that is causing that glowing light source will come and attack you. If it hits you, your game is over, you die. You can flee from it by beating feet. You can always hit the brakes with spacebar. You can steer around asteroids fairly well by... Well, I put on a lot of speed there, but the motion is actually doing a form of lerping where if you rotate around, it's doing a little bit of the Star Wars style on tracks behavior, where it's going to very accurately follow where you're aiming, meaning that you're not doomed to automatically just crash into all of the asteroids just because they're nearby. See, I didn't die just then, and that's because I was able to move around pretty freely. The original concept of the game, however, was you should fly around shooting zaps at these little bots. See, I've just missed one. And it will fire a zap in turn in the direction that you should go. Now this is level 500, so this is supposed to be impossibly too hard, and indeed it kind of has been. That thing, the Guardian, chases you and attacks you if you've hit any of the asteroids. The very first version of the game and one of the asteroids has hit me. I've got all this stuff going on where you can run out of well, originally you'd run out of these zaps. I don't have that happening right now. I've got a thing where if you are blowing up too many asteroids so that the frame rate will die, it starts culling them. And it tries to cull them in such a way where it'll keep the ones that are most dangerous to you and cull smaller ones and ones that aren't moving very fast. Because the ones that are moving very fast are the ones that could hit you in the back of the head if you're not careful. And the thing you're supposed to be doing is shooting these little zaps at these balls, if you can. And they'll respond. And they'll fire zaps in the direction of where you're supposed to go. You're seeking one of these. Unfortunately, the more you shoot those, the more asteroids you're going to hit in the background by accident, or when they shoot in turn, they will also hit asteroids by accident, and things will get really unmanageable. And if you get clocked by a stray asteroid, you die, much like in the original game Asteroids. And as you can see, that's not actually responding. Is making things much more dangerous with many more of these asteroids flying around at a high rate of speed. And they bounce off of each other and they have physics. And they will hit me and kill me, and that red glowing thing will come after me and kill me too. And I'm starting to lose frames, and my aim is not good enough to zero in on those. Zap in the chat. Going okay, it's going to be a Godot day. And Adam Millard's video was talking about how you implement all of these additional mechanics that take away from the fun of the game. And I've already stumbled across that in the sense of I had a mechanic where that percent number was the number of shots that you had, also counted as your score. And it went down as you continued to fire. And if you ran out of shots, then you couldn't move. And that made all the fun go away because you'd forget what you were doing. You would get busy, like, flying around in different places. Here I'm in the vicinity of the red glowing thing. See, it's right there. If that reaches me, I'm doomed. So I have to sort of go elsewhere. And it's all set up where all of these asteroids are simply instances in a much smaller play zone, as are the bots. The trouble is being able to find the bot you're seeking has become much harder. And I've got a bunch of different mechanics, like my ability to move is WASD, and W is forward, S is backwards, but it will also arrest my acceleration real fast, so if I ever am charging into some kind of rock and I need to hit the brakes really suddenly, well, S will do that very effectively. And A and D are side thrusters. And there's even more. For instance, Q and E are up and down thrusters for anybody who is comfortable doing that. But the underlying concept with this is I've lost some of the fundamental mechanics of the game. I've got it going so that, yeah, we can shoot rocks. We can shoot rocks like mad, in fact. You don't actually get anything for having shot lots of rocks. You don't get additional points, anything like that. There's nothing really to keep track of other than now there are lots of smaller rocks flying around and all these brightly colored dots that in every direction. Oh, see, there's one that sort of sailed right past me. I still haven't solved one particular problem, which is they have rotation, but I have not been able to make the rotation extend to the see, and I bounced off of that one without being hurt. I haven't been able to make the rotation extend to the instances. So you see that just altered its direction. That's because that is an instance, and as I approach it, it becomes the real version. And then if I move away from it, it will snap to the unrotated version. Have not yet solved that one. If anybody in chat knows how to fix that, by the way. And that's because these are all instances being updated and created in the physics engine, or the rendering engine. And that's another fellow who's doing another, see how my, that, see how wood stove is going. Gotta keep that wood stove going for this final day of using it. Oh, I didn't even put on the damper. I should remember to do that. Damper is this thing back here. It engages the catalyst. It makes it burn cleaner, but it also makes it more efficient. Yeah, so here's the thing that Adam Billard was bringing up. There is an underlying point to this game. I've got a bunch of things implemented, like for instance, see, we got that, and then I can lower this and there can be some controls here. including doing things like adjusting, for instance, field of view. Mouse sensitivity is very important. I don't have that implemented at all. This just happens to be sitting at what I find comfortable. And I got a whole bunch of other stuff going along on the concept of and we also instantiated all of these. I spent a bunch of time coming up with ways of making megastructures. This being a megastructure. See, it's a big flat plane. And these are persistent and will behave as if they are inconsistent positions. My look for these is appalling because the edges are basically just being stretched in an unpleasant way. This is not a good 3D object. But it is a 3D object that has been programmatically generated based on flashes of green. It says up at the top, level 5, flashes of green. And the point of this game, which is easily overlooked considering the way that it normally works, is you are supposed to be going around finding these little beeping guys, and this is in fact the one that I'm looking for. So you'll notice I have this bing happening, that's like a sonar pulse. And I'm supposed to bump up against this guy in order to win the level. That is very easily forgotten in higher levels. In fact, it becomes inordinately difficult to do. And I've got it set up so that once you have one, it shows you, and it shows the one that you were looking for. And that thing, cool looking though it is, can no longer hurt you. That's the thing that chases you. It's the size of a bot, by the way, but I could fool with that as well. And yeah, there's all of these things going on. Like I had it so that when you go to a new level, I wanted to make it so that it reverts to this situation, but instead it lowered the control thing that you hit escape to open or close. I can fire a shot at the big asteroid. There's any number of things that I could do along those lines. But what it's basically done is now we have a much more densely packed asteroid field. There was a version of this where your goal was to shoot all of the asteroids. And then if you continue to do that too much, and it can be difficult. Look, I just missed that one because it's actually not as near as I thought it was. You have to lead it. You end up making lots more rocks. I've got it controlled fairly well. But then this thing starts pursuing you. And all it's doing is sort of taking a gravitational, like it's chasing you. I can be doing that differently. I've got the noise where if it's close to you, it's making a loud noise. That's appropriately intimidating. The look of it is appropriately intimidating, although you can't always hear it very well. You can tell it's nearby. And then if it's me, I've got the death screen there, which is you no longer have control over your rotation or anything. Instead, you're rotating through space, witnessing all the asteroids everywhere. So the way this needs to play is I've got to make it so that it engages more with the initial concept. again, here we are, 9 rocks. The density of everything, how overwhelming everything is very much scaled according to... I can't always see that reticle very well, can I? Bits of it get obscured. I'm not quite sure why that's happening. But the idea of the game was to do things related to these little dots. And they're easily overlooked, and yet there's a lot going on in there. Like, you're supposed to find Fizzy Lilac. That is, in fact, Fizzy Lilac. You hear the bang where it's happening more often. But until I get to a much higher level, we don't have many of those guys sitting around. And I've got it set up so you can have hundreds of them and it'll still play. See, we're looking for one of these, but it's extremely easy to find that. And my only way of communicating with them, see, I'm going to go and find a different one. It'll be fairly difficult to find a different one, and yet I should be able to. That one is still the same one I'm looking for. So this time I go in search of one that is not the one in which I seek. The earlier version of the game had it in a sort of skate park-like place where you could zip around real fast, but since you were on a 2D surface, the challenge of maybe running into one of these guys and moving too fast was a problem. With this, see, it beeps and makes noises. So that's kind of vaguely interesting and engaging. But one challenge here is that is not responding. So one thing that is puzzling me a little bit is that also a different one? Or is that the same one again? No, I think it is. No, that is actually a phantom. I haven't been able to get rid of this. This is like in the position 000. So I can sometimes get a phantom bot showing up. But the idea of the original game was to have many of these guys everywhere. And if you fired at it, it would respond, but it would also fire its own zap in the direction of where you should go. This is not currently doing that, so fundamental parts of the basic gameplay are not actually working. You're supposed to care about questioning these by flying up to them and firing these little zaps, and the extra challenge of doing that is if you fire wrongly, then perhaps by accident you wind up hitting one of these large asteroids and then causing further trouble, or simply making the space more difficult to traverse. And see, the gameplay is not balanced. It's not actually working at this time. So yeah, I've been adding things to this that didn't help. stuff like that giant collider. It is in fact a collider, only trouble is if I'm going fast enough I go right through it because it did not acknowledge the fact that it was a collider. It was a wish for a megastructure. I've got it making these megastructures based on what the target thing is, but they're not actually useful megastructures. Like, they play a certain role. They're positioned in a way that is procedural. But the fact of having something like that is procedural and repeating, so it's acting like there is a larger space that you can approach, and then apparently you fly straight through. But then if I go down, see, that's still there. The trouble is, this game isn't really benefiting from having a procedural aspect of that nature. I've got the scale of it. I've got the scale of the procedural, but you go so fast that you don't even bounce. And it does bounce. See, I'm making these, and we will end up seeing those objects bounce off of that surface. I've got control of all of these phenomena, and we can even see in every direction that I've just made lots more of these. But all of this stuff is not combining into a thing that is fun, because they don't really interact with each other. Nothing really amounts to anything. Some of this stuff, like, it exists, but it's not congealing into a useful form. And yeah, the power-up drops like speed boosts. You don't actually need speed boosts because you're able to go way faster than you'll ever need. You can go so fast that the next thing that's going to happen is running straight into an asteroid and dying. And this is indeed weirdly, I've not hit any of these rocks yet. But in theory, that would be a concern. So you can build up quite the head of steam if you needed to. Speed of hitting an asteroid does matter. I think speed of hitting those flat planes does not. And then the more asteroids there are, the more likely it is that you are going to hit something when you're moving really fast. But we're kind of moving so fast that we can't even see the bots, which the concept of the game is kind of based around. And that is adjustable. So here we're clearing all of these things and then starting to set everything up. And we create one counterpart. And then I've got it so that the number of bots is actually the number of the level. And then we also have this going on where we are creating these obelisks and orienting them in various ways. And the funny thing about it is none of that is actually what I'm going to need or want. Yeah, so let's go to rock here. It's not actually a multi-mesh. So this is creating instances having to do with the number of objects we have. And then got a bunch of stuff going on in there. There's going to be stuff having to do with this. And then that's physics process. This runs in process. This is updating every instance. And I've got these things commented out because they did not work. So you gotta set the transform every frame, and that's what this is doing. But I also am supposed to be setting a rotation, and I've not been able to successfully do that. Possibly because you can't directly set the rotation. You can do stuff with it, but not really in a useful way. And here's where that would need to get updated. And this is running on every rock object that exists in the scene. And it's just doing its own thing. But then in process, it is updating the phantoms of all of the other rocks. It's just that I have not been able to load a rotation from the original one in the way that Origin is being updated by the position of the existing rock, and then Origin is position plus a vector that has to do with where it's at. Technically, Origin for each of these instances, as it steps through them, would be the same rotation. But it is not including that. And I don't know why. So I'm gonna take a moment, seeing as it's just the beginning of the afternoon. I'm gonna rinse up my coffee cup and briefly use the facilities. Maybe what I'll do is I'll get this going so that at least it's playing some sound for you. Don't ever log on the fire, use the facilities, and be right back. I realize when I'm done with throwing the logs on the fire, this becomes a drum room camp. And drum room camp means music stuff comes into focus more. So this is a fun time for me to be playing with Godot, seeing as I might not be video game minded for that much longer, but we'll see. fancy that. Maybe it was simply that the Guardian came and got me. Yeah, so this is the bit where I don't have it set up right. I would quite like to have that working better, but for now, I don't. There will come a day, maybe the guy that's doing the bushcraft survival game where I got some of this stuff probably knows how to do this. So if I go bug him in a live stream sometime, maybe he'll tell me. But yep, don't have this yet. That said, this mechanic runs a lot of these things, including we have way more of these bots even. Actually, no, we don't have way more of these bots. We have less of these bots than the asteroids because they're smaller, but there are indeed a grid of bots in every direction. And they're updating in exactly the same way. So here's what we can do. One thing I can do is lose this cube nonsense, or maybe simply just change it. So just for fun, before deleting all of this and starting over, we can see what happens when rather than being little small things, they're way the heck bigger. So rather than being thin little objects, because one of the things that's happening with this, if these are large objects taking up a bunch of space, they have colliders. And when they are outside the range of the universe as we're in it, they don't collide with instances. See, this has been made very large. Let's make it be smaller. So you see, we now have large objects that are not so thin that they can't be collided with. And I can book it in the direction of this one and then bounce off of it harmlessly. Also set it up so that you bounce off of them, or if you hit them going too fast, it kills you. And that's certainly another possibility. But the main thing about these is that although we have these objects here, let's ramp up the level quite a bit. What's going to happen here is a side effect of how it's been created. So we have large numbers of these objects. And we've got this big giant supercube, which can be bounced off of harmlessly. But what's going to tend to happen is we're going to have stuff spawning in and colliding with it, because the number of rocks everywhere will be somewhat affected by the position of these giant cubes. forward. See that one that is coming out of the side of it? It's because it ended up in the inside of that object. And then Mr. Dude is going to chase me very fast unless I can get some space and a solid object in between. At which point I am now more safe from the angry glowing red guy. I can just hide on the far side of this wall. And blow these up all I want. It's acting like I have gravity here, but all that's really happening is that I'm trying to... Oh, bumped into that too hard. Hiding from Guardian. See, one of the problems with Guardian is Guardian moves really fast. One of the problems with these is that these will just... The asteroids will go straight into it. If they're just instances. And I do have collision with the instances. And that is directing me. But again, I don't like the way that's happening. And that one actually bounced off of the surface of it, but I can't count on them doing that. Also, I've got this whole thing where if you touch one of these gently, you can reload. Honestly, that might be a thing to do with these objects that exist in particular spaces. Because half the problem with this is these are huge. They are just unreasonably huge. And so the collision doesn't work. The fact that they have like physical space isn't very helpful. It provides a certain amount of reference, but making these be megastructures, it's inconsistent. Making this guy move incredibly fast, it's kind of exciting, but it's unmanageable. I like the fact that the proximity to it, you get a clear indication of proximity, but the fact that it moves around so fast basically just means that it blindsides you out of nowhere, or it misses. And there's a reason for that. Also, it kills other asteroids as it bounces off of them, and when it does hit other asteroids, it forgets that it's mad. So the logical thing to do is to make it so that it can't move as fast. Make it so that it's basically not got that kind of inertia, and it's basically just tracking you down, slowly pursuing and being in some kind of space, but it's not going to create explosions and things like that. Not doing any of that stuff. So there's a bunch of editings. Oh, and the asteroids are all in this scene game. And the objects are being put onto cubes, And the asteroids are being put onto rocks, and the bots are being put onto box, and the zaps are being put onto zaps. So I can clean them up in various ways and iterate through them each in turn as I need to. But yeah, all the additional instances are just one world size pretty much in every direction. So the first thing that I could do is we can decide certain things. One of the things that I could do is have these giant megastructures, rather than being megastructures, they can be positioned exactly the same way that they are, but those can be what you touch to power up. And in fact, you could do that without worrying about how fast you're moving. And they could be the same pattern that you're seeking. So the way to do that is updating the graphic that goes on these, continuing to have them be a box. This is being instantiated as a box. See, cube scene, instantiate cube. This is, each of these are being produced like this. And they're being cleaned up as needed, so on and so forth. We've got this stuff going on, which I am pretty sure this is it iterating over what orientation they should be, which will no longer matter, so I don't actually need that there. Also, it omits a bunch of those, which is quite interesting. Sometimes it just leaves those out. I think that's going to give me just initiation. Lose that. And then technically we don't need this. Or we might, but tell you what, let's just leave it like this for now. These are fixed structures, so they have infinite mass. I'll see you later, Chad. And this no longer has to be represented because we'll include all of them. Meaning that gets skipped. These step back to here. Position. Oh, we don't have block size anymore. Okay. Oh, I see why I was doing that. So well, in this case, we will not be multiplying that by 0.5, nor will we be subtracting. And we apparently don't need these parens either. Okay. So in theory, and let's move stuff around a little bit so that it's sort of oriented the way I want. So that's the position in the actual universe, which we've got kind of offset. I believe we do anyhow. Or do we? Let's find out what it made. Okay, so now we're making cubes. The cubes are in fixed positions, may or may not be randomly scattered, but they should be big enough to see, and we're no longer failing to make them on any circumstance. Okay, we've got asteroids. Do we have cubes in any direction? Yes, we do. They are all this way. So part of my calculation is not working. And there was a thing where we're supposed to start out in the middle of this. See, now we've got ourselves into the middle of this. They also need to be a lot smaller and probably even more dispersed. So let's go from there. Universe counter is an int. It's stepping up to a larger value, but universe limit is how far it can go. We're instancing a bunch of these. We can actually replace those. Okay. So that's making a giant square, meaning that megapause for each instance of this needs to be subtracted first. Or rather, we can expand this out as we see fit, but we need to start with a vector 3 that is actually negative 0.5 to positive 0.5. And this is, well, no, wait, hang on. That doesn't work at all, does it? No, no, no. No, no, no. We're just offsetting. This might work. We shall see. Let's see what we got out of that mess. I think that might have worked. I'll really know if it works if there it can go straight downwards. Up. A instant appearance of giant object. Cool. Do we have any further of them down here? Doesn't look like it. Are these laid out in a perfect grid? Boink. I'm not sure that's a perfect grid. So the idea here is we should have lots of these off in every direction. I think we kind of do, but not maybe in the most predictable way. Because those are going to be like refueling stations. They're going to end up being much smaller, and there's going to be lots more asteroids around. And I want to have it set up in such a way where their positions are maybe a little bit more irregular. See how fast I'm going now? Those positions maybe not as irregular as I would like. But some of that's going to be a factor of what color I'm seeking. So let's move to the next level. I bet this is the one I want. Yep. So next level will give me a different color, meaning that these will now have a different arrangement of these blocks. And what I'm interested in is, am I located in the middle of them? I am not at all sure that I am. Oh, and then one immediately appears literally right next to me. Gonna have to skip the one at 0, 0. But my code doesn't do that yet. So then the question becomes, can I go in a direction where there are not any of these big cubes? And signs point to yes, I can. Although on the bright side, it looks like their positioning is somewhat randomized, and that was what I'd hoped. Also, we can bring this back into the picture. Seeing as we have it and all. There. So obelisk, we can scale that or not scale it as we see fit. But if we do this, we get to see what the relative positioning is like. I think with this we may have made them too small. We're basing it off of Deco this time. Yeah, I'm going to guess that that was too small. So we used world size and it was fine. Let's try world size times 0.1. A tenth rather than 100th of the size. Boom. So that's given me a picture of where this stuff stands. Kind of grainy looking, but that's fine. I feel like we are offset strangely. So the end goal is going to be starting out in the middle of something like this. They're not a perfect grid. They're offset by what the texture is. Also, I can make them more sparsely distributed based on which kinds of offsets there even are. But it does feel a little bit like, let's try this. And we're looking for, we could start with an offset of -8 times block size and see whether that gets us, because again, the size of these are obelisks, so I don't necessarily have to reassign the scale. If I don't make them this huge, you won't even see them. I'm going to want to update the texture, and we're going to assign that. I'm going to want to do that before doing any of this. So we're going to move this down here. Player, that's going to be fine. Universe, that's going to be what this is made out of. So we're gonna cut literally all of that and then put it in here after having made that one counterpart, because then we're gonna steal that image and assign it. So let's see about that. Should be fairly obvious when we do. Like if it works, it'll work just fine. Cube scene, instantiate cube. So it's going to go in after this stuff. It won't have moniker, but it won't need it. And we're going to do this. And the rest of it we shouldn't need to do a thing about. So we'll copy that and translate it into this context. So we can reuse that, I think. Or we'll find out real quick if we can or we can't. Actually, here's the funny thing. We can do that. We will not need to do this image again because that is actually already able to be used. So as far as scaling, on the other hand, that could be very different. But we're going to see what this does, whether it runs, whether it crashes. Aha. So that has a different look to it now. We might be onto something here. That is clearly no longer just an object. I'm going to see whether I can make it be literally the texture on each face. So here's where that's going to matter. Cube, mesh instance, we're replacing texture. Oh, work detail is not on. We might as well map it. We might as well repeat, even though that shouldn't be doing anything, but that might make it behave a little better. And let's hit save and see where we got with that. Aha. Okay, so these are what we're going to want to have as like power-ups. If we collide with them, it'll be cube. And indeed, it is a consistent surface. It doesn't wrap nicely, mind you, but like that works. And that's a little preview of the round thing that you're seeking. It's just that these are little square things. I could probably even make them twirl, but for now, this is probably about fine. And here's where you start related to them. So let's run one more time and see what we got this time. We're going to be looking for that. Very consistent world of pink there. And our position is not what I would want it to be. So I offset by -8. And that has not put me into the middle of this tracery of cubes. Excuse me. Let's continue meddling with this. Have them be even more densely placed. I have one concern here. I don't think I'm actually reading the texture anymore. I'm just making a perfectly even grid. Well, that's not what I intended. Why am I bothering to make a universe like this if it's not using it? However, let's work our way through some of these other issues first. Firstly, there should be a megapause that I can use where it'll place me exactly in the middle of this neat grid of stuff. And this ain't it. I'm at the top corner. I can scale the overall thing up and down, and I can scale the size of these cubes up and down all I want. But what is happening okay, so vector 1 times block size times 1. Okay, didn't expect that. So I'm trying to find one that looks like these. And in fact, they are neat little reflectors. bounce off of that one straight down and have it come right back up. Oh, and I found Mr. Dude, okay. So here's my infinite grid. This looks very much like that is placing me in the middle. It's meant to be in the middle of all these. Only then can I space them out, but they're not positioned irregularly enough. So I'm missing a trick there. I can scale them up until they are spaced way farther out. Well, heck, if I was at exactly vector 0, what would that do? See, I don't see how this is working, but it acts like it is. Not too many in that direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's quite a bit like I'm in the middle of the grid. That was the goal. If I can do that, then I can space them differently and stuff. That's something. Okay, so universe new byte, so it's bytes. This should be working in a similar way that bot was working. I've got bot doing stuff. See, we're doing brain counter. And brain is also a set of bytes, yes? Yep. So the way this is working, that's not what I want, but at least it made an array for me. And not let me move around the way I want. Universe counter is stepping by 3s. There. So let us now see how that acts. I might have to step everything up quite a bit, or space it by block size or something. But we're going to start right off by seeing what that looks like now. Oh hey, it's banana attack. And it does indeed look a lot more randomized, but it also looks like I am farther from... It's offset everything in a funny way. Which is fine. That's fine. Let's see what happens if we offset it even more. Because that is now reading the colors off of the same texture you're looking at. So it should scatter them in an interesting way. And then our position has to do with block size. So that should offset things, interestingly. And we'll see whether things are still randomized, or indeed whether we've made them be so far away that we can't find them at all. Signs point to the latter. I see exactly one. And that's the one. So that's all well and good, but I'm not seeing any of the others. That's because I've made the randomized offset too big. So one of the things I can do now is we're doing this in the positive, so I can subtract. And I'm going to see whether that offset does any good. I have a pretty clear idea of what I want to see out of this. And then this is spacing things out in a sort of grid. If it continues to be too widely spaced, we can make this be smaller as well. And we're looking to have stuff be very randomized, but sitting in... Okay, it looks like block size is still bigger than I need. Let's see if randomization helps at all. Okay, our position is not what it was. We're going to try a smaller block size. That's not what I want, but it's going to be something. We are going from block size, but we're not doing that. Instead, we're doing 1/100th the size of what it was, and we're going to put this back to what it was before. And then this initial positioning offset plus whatever we do for corrections, we're going to start by making it impossibly tiny and seeing what that gives us. We have our grid again. That's what it was supposed to be. It's supposed to be not making them any more irregular, and we're in the center of our positioning, roughly. Not perfectly, but roughly. I honestly would not mind figuring out how I can be slightly more offset, but this adjustment might help. There, and now if the adjustment is 1/100th the size of block size, then if I scale that up, then it's just going to make everything be spaced even farther away. We do have a more random looking positioning. In fact, it's considerably more random looking. So yeah, all this could be spaced off. We have a whole bunch of them sort of in this direction, but not so many in that direction. So if our randomization is 1/10th of block size, randomization is getting excessive. See, there's randomizing there, but it's all off in this direction, and there are hardly any in this direction. So what do I got to do to make it so that it randomizes in every direction? Perhaps that plus is the randomized plus, but we can center it on 0 by figuring out what the intermediate position is of the byte that we're producing, and then having the subtract be so minus smaller size times half of what that byte is going to average out to be. We'll see what we get starting it with 16. That should be off-sizing the randomization quite a bit. And yet it is not. Look at that. Look at that. They're all in this direction now. Or are they? What I see in the distance, is it one of these cubes? Or is it just more asteroids? I don't think any of those cubes were there. I think we see them as a little burst of stuff off this way. Big asteroid in the way. And we want to spawn in the middle of this. Or at least we would want to spawn in the middle of that if they were all medium gray, which is an important concern. Okay. See, this is what the randomization is supposed to make possible. Some of these are kind of close to each other. They're still rather large, mind you, but... Oh, those bounced off of me. I'm firing straight up, it's going down, and it is bouncing off of my surface. But some of them are acting a little more flaky than that, and then some of them are sitting in space doing nothing useful. Some of the offset stuff is working for me. This dude is nobody's friend. And we're probably getting into the zone. Let's run this a couple of more times. Maybe the maximum size of my byte is in fact something like 16. If I keep running this and smaller size, which is the amount of offset, what would happen if 1 divided by 16? that would make a block size that fit with that be 0.625. So if smaller size was based on the number 16, this could be the correct offset for having it not be in any grid. Nope, we've got a certain amount of overlapping. So kind of the idea here is I'd like to not have this overlapping in z-fighting, and there's one way of doing that, which is making sure that the offset is not so big that these can end up stacked on top of each other in this way. I am pretty happy with the way that we are not, we're still in the middle of the scatter, because the end result will be they'll be much smaller, they'll be like the size of you, and they'll be much more widely distributed, so that there will be these in consistent locations that you can go and power up at. There's going to be a lot of them, there's going to be this many of them, and they're persistent in the world in the way that the asteroids are not. The asteroids are much bigger. Ooh, look, we're right next to it now. So that was actually too big. Now let's see what happens when we, I don't know, we'll keep stepping down. How about 1 divided by 32? If I get the right degree of randomized offset, what's going to happen is I'll end up having them not occupying the same space no matter how random things get. This might not actually be the one to do it though. It's a little bit randomized, but it's very kind of monochrome. That's going to make all of these be offset in a consistent way. And this is going to make things be offset in even more of a consistent way, and I immediately see 2 of them that are occupying the same space. So now I already know that that smaller size is not correct. Byte, how about if byte gives you a 128? How about then? That gives us 0078125. If we can get this to work, we can have them. Oh, look, things can get stuck between these two. That's interesting. So I don't see these guys occupying the same space, but this is so monochrome that I'm not sure it's actually going to help. So we'll try another random one. Oh, that's going to be a grid. It's almost a grid. When all of the pixels are exactly the same color, that's going to give me regularity here, because the offset, that offset has to do with what pixel is being... Okay, these look different. We have widely varying pixels here, so that should help. How about these? Do we have these occupying the same space? A little bit. See, as I shrink these down, they'll overlap even less, but what I'm shooting for is the ability to be pretty sure the scatter is interesting. Because once this is at full size, you're not going to see most of these. They'll be be there. They'll be there in a persistent space, but it'll take a half an hour to get through them. Like, this is me in the opposite side of that universe. It should take much longer to get through all of those. Like, you go through many, many instances of asteroid fields before you got to the other end. And then you'd be able to go so far that you were out of range of those. So you'd want to keep an eye out for where to go. And then the purpose of it is to use these in order to go where you need to go. Honestly, there should be one down in here. Now I've lost track of all of them. We need to make more of these bots for earlier levels. Hey Aurora, by all means ask. This is a fine time to ask. I'm just playing with a video game, which is not likely to actually become a serious thing. Although it might be fun for me to like put these out on Steam or something. Figure out a way to do it. Off of my cubes. Alrighty. A lot of brights, shimmer. The most recent versions of console probably will handle that better. Certain older versions will only make it worse. Like if you were doing console MC or worse, console LA, that would tend to make your shimmer worse. Also, you can simply run the most recent version of slew on the end of everything. And that'll act as a sort of high-pass filter, a high-pass restrictor. Let's see what we have now. Interesting. All of my little reference blocks are in one direction now. Reference blocks are in one direction now. See, my goal was to spawn in the middle of this stuff, and that's not happening. Also, I was supposed to have the proximity of some of these asteroids even in the middle of here. The two that are the most recent are Console H and Console X2. Now, you might also be running into lots of bright high frequency stuff that's just driving the console system into distortion. You could try console 9, which has simply just less going on. That is certainly a possibility. Okay, so our base position here is doing the randomization. we're subtracting this smaller size stuff. That's making things spawn low into the side. So maybe I'm simply adding too much to smaller size here. See, we've got a random looking distribution here. That looks great, although I could make them be sparser. That is certainly something that I could do. Let's see if we can start more in the middle of the cloud of these things. That's very definitely not. We're definitely way over to the side. Although I'm not sure, but what, maybe we're closer now to it. Yep, it's offset. It's offset. I'm going down to get to these. So you look for the cubes. What if we add rather than subtract? Oh. I don't know if that does a thing. That at least is doing what it's supposed to. You're supposed to be querying this by firing zaps at it, at which point it fires in the direction of where you're supposed to go. And I even reached the one that I was supposed to reach, because it's firing zaps back at me now. So if we go in the direction of that, and see how there's a similarity here? That's the one we're looking for. Boom, got there. And again, we are on the side of that. That's weird and kind of frustrating. So let's go that way. It's a darker one. You get close to it, you kind of can see it, but this is a darker one. Well, what happens if this offset, with the smaller size and all, if I'm simply not adding to it? Maybe this is not the place for me to be doing that. I'm also making some assumptions that positive is up. Okay, here we are again, sort of on the outside corner of this. And everything is to a certain direction and kind of to the side and down, and we are not in the middle of that cloud. Does this make that so that we are in the bottom corner of the cloud? No, it does not. Huh. So that makes no difference whatsoever, except for the offsetting does actually work. So mega pause. So I guess we're offsetting it as a factor of block size, aren't we? So we're instantiating it here, but we kind of have to offset it as a factor of block size. Let's see what happens. We've got a parenthesis there, so that's fine. If we straight up just subtract that, does it go closer or farther away? We're sort of at the top corner again. Very pink. I would agree with that. That does look very pink. And for all that we're subtracting, mega position, each of these are getting added something relative to block size at a factor of 16. So if we subtract just the overall size of block size, no, that made it be even farther away. I do not think they show up in VCV because they have too many controls. That would be the factor there. Has to have 10 controls or less to show up in there. Does this make everything even farther away, or are we finally placed in the middle of the cloud? We're placed in the middle of the cloud. Cool, okay. That was a start. That was a start. Maybe we want to be 16 over. There, our offset. And then our addition, which places things in a grid, and that put us too far over. Okay, starting to zero in on things. Let us fool around with this a little bit more and have block size be even tinier. In theory, this is going to continue to make a grid for us that we're placed in the middle of. Or I could be completely wrong and it didn't do anything of the sort. All of these are in the... We can be a little frisky and do this and see what happens there. I don't think I can reasonably put large rotations into this, but I don't think it would hurt if I did. While my positioning does in fact seem to be not great. So I remember this not actually being correct, but it was closer. Okay, we're way off now. Do we have a bunch of weird angles now? So if we want these to look all goofy, it's doing a great job. Hey, Pachinko. So plus block size times 8. And this changed everything. And it probably shouldn't be, but it kind of did. But it's now back to very much offset. So if we go to 16 now, that being our initial offset, what happens? Okay, it's all closer. Seems legit. What about... I don't see why this would work, but clearly something is inverted or different. Find it at all. Ah, yes I can. There it is. Okay, so that is up and way too far. So that number was clearly super duper wrong. How about 32? Ah, boom. Looks to me like I got there. I will know if I can scale this up and down and it still works. So now it's slightly smaller than before. And somewhat offset. Doesn't necessarily mean anything though. Still kind of offset. If we go for twice as big as that, are they still down? Nope. Okay, so we're having enormous difficulty at scaling this up and down in such a way that doesn't put it wildly off from what it's supposed to be. That's weird and annoying. And if I'm correct, and we double it again, things are going to be even more far away. And indeed they super are. So there's a problem. I can make this grid, I can make the offset, but our position is not cooperating at all. If block size starts at this, then it's exactly in the middle. So I bet some of my problem here is that I am assuming that I'm scaling from 0, but my position is actually half a world size. That's probably the whole problem right there. So what that means is we've got a randomization factor, and our initial position is at world size times 0.5. Let's see what that now does. Nothing good, but we are at least clearly at a corner. So now if those get scaled down a bit, are we still at the corner? Kinda. Let's keep going. We are still at the corner, okay. We are being gravitationally attracted towards that, but we did in fact spawn right at the corner. That's pretty much the location we started. Already, this is starting to get somewhere. This is consistent to at least something. Let's continue having it. So it's not the corner I want to be at, but it is the corner that we're at. Okay, so that was kind of wild. Where'd they go? There they are. So that is now so densely packed that you can hardly get in them. Now we're going to try to make it so that you spawn in the middle of this cluster, and then as we continue to scale it up, we stay in the middle of the cluster. And this is probably a fine time to leave them at unity size, which we should still be able to see it scale down this much. Boom. Oh god, no, it's even worse than I thought. Wow, okay. So that is a 1-to-1 size. They were actually smaller than I thought they were. I can't spawn in the middle of that mess. That is a cluster. But what we can do is make them that much bigger. Off you go. And now they are all the same size as they should be, but they're offset somewhat. So this is the network of power-ups that you should be able to go to get your fuel back or whatever it is that you need. I think it's going to be fuel. I think maybe it's going to be shots, or I'm not even sure what it is. But we get to define these, and they get to be a clue as to where you're trying to find, where you're trying to go. And then if they're more tightly packed, it looks like this. And you can't even fit in the middle of that. So now I got to figure out, we're doing plus times block size. So presumably, we're going to do minus something having to do with block size. Firstly, let's make it so that we spawn in the middle of the thing again. Boom. So now the more we scale this up, the wider everything expands. I'm trying to get it to squinch down or to expand out in every direction. So probably our starting position might be something like this, but I think it's going to need to be scaled differently. But there's one convenient way to find out. See, we're spawning at there, and then we're offsetting by this grid. So if we run it again, spaced like this, we've ended up kind of offset in the middle of this cluster, but kind of not. And the goal is all of these are going to remain as one-to-one size. I don't think they actually need to rotate. I think it's fine if they're just the little cubes in all these different directions. It feels more like space, that they're not just all very neatly organized. But we need to spawn in the middle of here. So subtracting didn't do much. But this might do more, or lots more, or too much. Too much. We did not spawn in the middle of that cluster. If I, oop, look at it go. It crashed. If I can get it so you spawn reliably in the middle of the cluster, I can scale it up however much I want. What if we try 8? Looks a little bit like we got there. See, some of them are very regular and some of them are not. That's because some of these pixels are black and some of the pixels are colors. And the ones that are black are in neat rows like this because the offsets and the pivots are all exactly the same. But then the one that are colors, see, one's out of position there. Cool. Okay, that is 8. Let's scale block size down even more, and we'll be wedged in the middle of them. Fine shades of green. put it be, it's all around me. And now let's start scaling up. .1 rather than 000. Okay. I see these blocks in every direction. Ten times as big as that. Times as big as that. Means, I don't see any of them anymore, but they should still be there. How about I approach that slower? 10. Double that. Okay. That is us in the middle of a cluster of these floating things that serve in the way of queues. 10 ended up being too scaled up. Double that again. Yep, still in every direction. Many instances of these, clearly. It's running lovely. This is probably, tell you what, a couple of things actually. One, I'm going to go visit the facilities briefly again, and I'll be right back. But we're also going to spawn fewer of these. I don't think we need as many of them. I think we can randomize that somewhat. So let's have it sit like this. I'll be right back. Oh, also, time for one more log on the fire, I guess. One or more. Kind of a last chance for the logs today. It's not going to be cold like this anymore. Warming up. Soon enough, there will not be logs on the fire any longer. But for now, we've probably hit our last instance of I got so busy hacking that I forgot to tend the fire. chasing me very fast. Okay, so where were we at? We've got this scaling. I was looking to scale, but I was also looking to skip some of the so there's a number of ways I can do this. If I do universe counter plus equals 3, and then sometimes skip larger than 3, either I can have it persist with the regularity by skipping only in units of 3 or x times 3. That'll keep it referencing, like if the surface is all the same color, then they will end up with all the same spacing. Or I've got something in here, right, that does randomization? Surely I've got something in there that does randomization. Well, that's just clearing. Okay, rand I. Rand I mod. There we go. So I'll be able to call that and rand I mod, that's going to be the kind of spacing I'm looking for. Thing is, that might be returning me a 0, so I can make sure it isn't. And it's going to give me a So universe limit at 4096. I'm thinking in terms of level. I'm thinking in terms of square root of level. Maybe square root of level is what I'm looking for. Okay, we can't do that. Where are my parentheses at? Okay, we can't do that, but if we cast it to, no, we can't cast it to int, can we? Huh, what's going on here? Do we simply need to do math square root? Is that it? Am I assuming that I can do a simple square root, which I can't? I know I'm doing it in here somewhere. I bet it's like math square root or something. Okay, so not here. These we're just calling. I would have sworn that I was... Oh, yep. Yeah, this is how you do. We have to do it like that. Silly of me thinking you didn't get to do it like that. So the whole thing is screwed up. Probably because it's trying to modulus by a float. Or perhaps not. It's unhappy. Why are you so unhappy? Well, that's useless. Why are you so unhappy? What is it that you want? Oh, we're unhappy about redundant parentheses, but that's not going to have stopped it. So what's the problem? Maybe we need to even more redundify? No. Oh, you can't convert a long to an int, can you? Well, that seems weird. Why can't you? Well, if we're not casting it, does it behave like it can do that? No, apparently not. Well, if you multiplied it, could you do it? No, apparently not. What is up with this crazy thing? Well, we don't need all these parens. Okay, if we do that, or maybe rand I is the long, and there's your problem. Okay, amusing. You can do that. Can you modulus this, or is that going to be a problem? Oh, no, look at that. Okay, so you can do this. And so this is also going to introduce 0 some of the time. So you're going to add 1. And then I think some of those are irrelevant, but I think that is not as irrelevant as it thinks. Oh, hey, Aurora. Nice. Well, I'm happy to hear that, but it just happens that the thing you tried worked better for what you were trying to do. This is why you got to try things sometimes. What you're trying to do apparently goes very well with console 0 and or purist console 3. It's about as simple as that. Meanwhile, we shall have a sparser distribution of these little blocks. And in fact, we're going to have a sparser and sparser distribution because we're going to keep ramping up level. Level 50. And when we're satisfied with how this is working, we're going to space them out so that they are much farther away. And then we'll figure out what to do with them. But here's the idea. Level 50, not as many of these guys. Level 500, they're still not going to be spaced out. It's going to be much harder to see. And there's just not as many of these in space as there were. So if we get them spaced way, way out, they'll be far more fugitive and difficult to find. There's way fewer of them. Oh. Nice. Here comes trouble. So that is kind of cool. Big meanie there. Oh, and level 1, there's millions of these everywhere. So these need to be some kind of power-up or something. There's going to be some kind of usefulness to it. So I'm going to say that seems like that's going to be working okay. Except for, let's scale it back a bit. And then let's make it, we don't need that. And this is fine. And then universe counter, that gets stepped around so that we end up having way fewer of those the more of a level you get to. And then we space them out. Okay, I can still see these guys, but they are kind of few and far between. Everything else is instanced, but these that we can see are a little representation of what we're trying to find. And those are consistent in positioning. And they're always going to be exactly a size of 1. World size times 0.1. These are there to be found. Mandala looks like that. We've got our bots everywhere. But the cubes, those cubes are actually pretty close. Cubes won't blink. Cubes are sort of like an indication of where you should go. Sir, direct me. Okay. Okay. Now if we do this, there should end up being basically one of these blocks in each unit of space or less. That's the one. Did not succeed yet. There he is. Ooh, being threatened. Got them. Next level, 51. So arguably my spacing of those squares is too much. find any squares. You say go that direction. Got something of a bad feeling about that with Mr. Scary over there. Let's question this guy here. Yep. Okay, so I have to be near Mr. Scary, but I think it's going to be this one. Okay, buddy, where'd you go? Being threatened by a dude. He's orbiting me. On the other side of this asteroid. Give me a clue. Oh, I so easily forget that these guys wander around. They go to different places. This one has gone to a different place. Got there. Yeah, like the whole... I need to make it so that you remember what this is about. These guys follow different paths. They're not just sitting in one place. They are going to different places based on what the pixel is. In fact, some of them are even more radical than that and go to lots more places. Oh. Okay, you had a strong opinion. You say that away. Can't see because it's over my shoulder. That away. That probably means you. Got there before the scary monster got me. I really need to update the way that thing behaves. It picks up such a rate of speed. And I really need to make it just sort of chase you. But first, we could do with having more of these blocks kicking around. So if we have 10 times this many, it's going to become dead obvious. Or at least I believe that's what we're talking about. Yeah, so you can have it set up so that it's obviously lots of these everywhere. See this one there. There's just lots of them in every direction. Here's another one. There's a couple more. So on and so forth. Basically, you can't get past it. Maybe they could be resets. You do bad things like this. Person chases you. See, if it's not just pursuing a high velocity in your direction, meaning that it orbits, if it is not doing that, then it can be set to just come straight for you, at which point you have to go somewhere else. And if it doesn't build up momentum, then what that means is it'll come straight for you at a set speed. So only if you're sitting in one place does that matter. So let's see, Guardian. Acceleration. Physics counter. That's what the light business does. and linear velocity plus equals, except for, no. Equals. So we'll update that. That's going to make it able to move much quicker, which may or may not be a concern. Where player difficulty scales with the level. Oh, see, Aurora Dreamweaver has another observation. You can run these things at whatever sample rate you like. In particular, console 0, it's going to darken stuff slightly if it's run at 1x, meaning 44 or 48. That's the only bad thing that'll happen, is that it'll darken stuff slightly. Basically, as always, the trick is try it, see if it sounds good. If it sounds good, you're good. If you try it and it is unpleasant, then don't. But it's really all about trying the thing and seeing if it sounds good. Huh? Okay, you were not the one I'm looking for, huh? I need to find out how fast this guy's moving now. I'm at level 50. And I do not see you. Where are you at? There he is. Okay, his velocity is not that high. It's going to have to be higher than that. He's coming for me, but I can... That's actually not him taking my extra speed. It is that he is creeping in my direction. I'm getting grumpy with my consistent shooting of asteroids. Yeah, I can outspeed that dude so hardcore. That is clearly not gonna do. So, I'm speculating on whether to throw yet another log on the fire or whether we're good. It's all good. Let's see how we can make this unmanageable. So this is actually a little tricky. I might consider losing this one. We're doing a raycast, but the raycast might not be what I want. Okay, now all of that stuff is canceled out, and we also have a greatly increased potential Guardian Rage, which gets boosted when you shoot asteroids, and it's a factor of difficulty. It's capped to this amount, but it's being updated elsewhere. Level 50. And we've got a goodly number of these little cubes there to show what I should seek. And there's Guardian, which is no longer limited in any way. But it is also not moving very fast, is it? How long is it going to take for this thing to catch me? If I'm just blowing up asteroids from sitting right here. Currently, these don't do anything. Although I could have it reset the Guardian, I suppose. Okay, Guardian's supposed to be real mad now, and we do not have it calming down at all, but it doesn't seem to be doing much difference. And that is because the stuff that we were doing regarding acceleration and such formerly that let it build up a head of steam and start moving really fast in my direction. It is moving in my direction, but not so as you can really notice. Its maximum speed is very, very limited. Considering how far away we can get from this thing, that's not acceptable. I like its degree Okay, so it's sticking to that. I think reasonably I could have it settled down a little tiny bit. But not like this. More like this. So it's going to gradually settle down at a rate that slows based on distance. So that seems legit. Distance has to do with the high pitchedness of its roaring and noise making. Oh, do you ask as to me? Of course you can ask. So now let's see. There's material. Oh, I see a problem. And here it is. Technically, I need to have that one line still be there. That's the only way it was getting any impetus. Now what I'm wondering is acceleration, last seen position minus position. What if we didn't normalize that? What would happen if we didn't normalize that? Let's see how heinous this becomes. Firstly, fly down here so that I'll be in danger. Face him and anger him. Oh. Okay, that's weird. That went the opposite direction. That's not as expected at all. Okay, let's try to... There he is. Oh, he's moving very fast and not getting anywhere. He's supposed to be chasing me. I kind of hear him. Okay, that's clearly not working. I should be super dead. And yet, I am not. Oh, I see. I see. This needs to be there. Without that, it's not a lot of use, is it? And yet that is not updating, is it? It's there, but it's not updating. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's just checking with the raycast and updating that part. So actually that won't matter, will it? Okay. So that really ought to do something. Now that I've normalized it, now do I get? Down we go, towards the danger. What do we need to do in order to make this guy go on the attack? Yes, he's going the wrong direction. I'm not sure I understand that. Why are you going that way? I'm over here. Look, make you even more angry. Yeah, that is not working at all. So what does it need to be doing? Are we using this here at all? I think we are not. Let's put that back. Okay. Now does it go right for me? Down we go, towards the danger. I think I should make that not be down. I think I should make it be to some direction or other. Okay. Does it attack me now? Yes, it does. Okay, good, good. Good, 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 good. So, that's cool. So what I'm now wondering is whether I do the duck and hide behind something metric or not. But first, seeing as we can get it to do this, how fierce can it become? Can you even get away if you crank it up that much? Down to where the danger is. Oh, okay, that was startling. Wow. Yikes. Okay, instant death. We've now made it the scariest thing ever. You can't get away from the bugger. So, Guardian Rage can become too high. Fair. What if it can only go up to 10 rather than 1,000? Let's find out. Instant death. faster than that Guardian, but it is going to be coming for me. Like anytime I come to a full stop, it's aiming right at me. And it's actually fairly hard to outspeed, isn't it? Where is it? That's a little more like the kind of mechanic I'd like. It's definitely a little bit in the way of the demanding side. Oh, that's what I'm not supposed to do. See, balancing of things. This is the thing I was trying to learn from the guy with the video at the very beginning, where ideally you're balancing out different degrees of stuff. So you can get away from Mr. Dude that comes for you. You can hear where he's at. You can blow up lots of asteroids until it's coming right at you. Anytime you come to a full stop, he's coming right for you to destroy you. There's a limit of how far you can go, which is the difficulty level, which scales up level. And you can go as far away from him as you want, kind of, sort of. There's a bit of a limit there. But the faster you go, the more likely you are to hit an asteroid and your run will be over. So it's this balancing of like, am I fleeing fast enough? See, now he's very far away. And I can safely go about blowing up lots of asteroids just for funsies. But it's gonna come for me. Even on level 1, we want to avoid this guy. So again, you can build up speed, but that's a danger. You can try to use your twitch reflexes to avoid smacking into an asteroid. The harder you go, the more you go into sort of the zone of hyperspace there. But you are running the risk of running into a rock. And funnily enough, I wasn't able to get that far away from him. I should make it so that its maximum distance is quite a lot farther than this. Also toying with the idea of you can make it leave you alone by shooting it. Ooh, this could be interesting. Here's an idea. Let's do this. Let's see what it does when you do this. That way, if player difficulty is less than 1, it's going to be tiny. Guy's going to be sitting there not doing anything. But it's level 50. that. It's not settling down very much, is he? Gonna need to make it so if you work at it, you can get farther away, but it is always pursuing. And then we're working up towards a scenario where it becomes unreasonably difficult. I don't know exactly where player difficulty tops out at. In theory, a sufficiently high level will make it so that it is compelled to always be this astronomically high difficulty, and it just goes whack and obliterates you instantly. As soon as you start the game, it's just boom. So let's find out if that level is in fact level 500. I don't know why I keep hitting Command B. Level 500, am I instantly dead from this dude? One way to find out. Okay, I've done nothing to make him angry, and yet he is still pursuing. That's kind of what I had in mind. It's a difficulty level that sort of continues to ramp. Like you're figuring your stuff out. Continue. I'm going to need to make it so that you can get farther away from this dude. Maybe I'll do a sort of bullfighting mechanic where if you manage to see, look at that. Where if you manage to get him to run into an asteroid, then he gets distracted. I think maybe I have that, but let's find out. That's aggressively difficult. He was really moving. So there's rock up here to the collision. Rocks don't blow up when collided with each other. I could also make them So we can spawn a bunch more of these rocks. So if collided as guardian, so that's just a duplication of, so player, we're seeing whether you just die. That's just starting. Doesn't care about colliding with bots. Colliding with guardians. Explodey boss, manipulating things about it. Manipulating dry. Do we have calming down guardian's anger level? Well, that's us making randomly assigned rock sounds so that they can overlap with each other. That's a round robin for rock buses so that they don't just cut each other off. We can stack them up. Here we're creating some new rock sizes. There we're freeing the IDs, queue free. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. So here we have guardian range plus equals rock size. That happens immediately upon you zapping a rock, or anything zapping a rock for that matter. It can't tell the difference. But if we scooch up to where the guardian blows up a rock by running into it, then we're going to do collided guardian range. And minus equals rock size, or we could straight up neutralize it. Let's see how that works. We'll run it at a fairly high level. We'll see what this mechanic acts like. So it's kind of going at us a little bit already. It's pursuing very hard. We can make it pursue into a rock if we're clever and determined. We're playing Ring Around the Roxy's. Okay. We got it to run into a rock. Let's see if we can do that more elegantly. So that is about to be eclipsed by a rock, so let's make it angry. And oh dear, I miscalculated. It has not hit a rock yet. It did. Okay, now we can't see it. It's still gonna get mad, but then it immediately rammed a rock on its own. Okay. Cool, cool. This is a technique. Alrighty. Can't see it. Oh, it got past it. And me hearing that happen, I heard a distant crash, which meant that it ran into a rock. That said, it has not completely calmed down. This is a high enough level where it is going to continue to pursue me. And I have miscalculated somehow. That did me some damage. And now I should be safe. Ish. Yeah, you hear that distant crash, and it means that it has run into something and has settled down. I feel like that's legit. It's like return to zero. Which is better than this is. I got safe again. To a point, anyway. Alrighty. I think that works pretty well. I mean, what I could do is have it scale to some extent. So here's a thought. Hello. Oh, do we not need that extra? Clearly we do not. Yes, if we do that, it doesn't go down to 0, but the more extreme things are, the more it'll take it back down. Hey Chad, going okay, going okay. Let's also go over to Guardian and check where its maximum distance is. Also, I feel we can safely delete these commented out bits. We are not even referring to that raycast. In fact, technically, I could remove it. That would work kind of like this. And I believe that will cover that unless I have it applied in here somewhere. Probably not. I'm going to want to make it somewhere else other than like down. Although like coming up from the bowels of hell seems cool. 50, 40, 50, 40, 50, 40. There. That means you can flee away from it really very, very, very far. Back to level 500. So that's a high level of difficulty, that is. Maybe it will end up, so here's the next thing to do. Make it so there's more going on in a level like this. So there's a little square which represents the one I'm going to try to find. There is a I can blow up. Making this guy mad, but it's not going to chase me very fast. And we have a lot of these things kicking around. And then let's see how far away I can go. accustomed to, it can't actually bother me. Well, I'll find out easily enough. I'll find out when I see that red glow. The telltale red glow. And there it is. It is within perimeter. Ooh, need to do that. So it will go straight for me. Actually, no, yes, it will. I no longer have a raycast, so it cannot tell where I'm at. Alrighty. I'm thinking I want to make that cube be how you refuel or how you restore damage. I think that would be good. So that implies that I guess it's probably within player's collision. Maybe not. Maybe not. No, that's steering and aiming and such. But I don't think we do have collision in player. Player collision is handled elsewhere. I should definitely make a score just to try to escalate it. I feel like I could definitely get somewhere with the original concept of blowing up rocks increases your score, but then your score is also the number of shots you have left. So in general, that's going to be an overwhelmingly large number, but you could also end up kind of hosed and compelled to either, let's see, oh, I've got the cubes are over a much larger area, and they're increasingly sparse at higher levels. At a low level, there's a fairly good number of them. Give me a second. I want to fool with the stove just a little bit more. If only to undo the damper. That way the remaining bits of firewood in there will burn up more thoroughly. It's warming it up enough that I don't think I'm going to need more. Last night was probably the last night of actual cold. It was substantially sub-freezing, and it's not supposed to be doing that again. So let's see. So it is not in player. Ooh, looky there. Cube has a function for updating its own position. Cube is also going to need to have on body entered. So this is where rock collides with player. Also, if we have this, we're going to have to also hook it up in the main editor. But first, let's bring it over. with all the rest of that nonsense. Copy that. Then go and find. See, Guardian Rage is larger than rock size. So it gets real cross when you're blowing up big rocks, which there are more of in high levels. We've updated the new rock size business, but we didn't for the zaps, and so that's probably worth a bit of attention. I think. How did that work? So here's where we take more damage. But here is where you power up, which is no longer going to happen when landing on rocks. In fact, we can make this a little less forgiving. Anytime you bump into the rock, something happens. Well, hang on. Wait. That's unreasonable. Let's not make it so that you take damage from just barely touching the thing. Instead, we'll take it down to this, but then that's it. So if you're barely moving, it doesn't hurt you, but it's never good. It's probably possible to land on it, but it's not going to be forgiving. And then moving over to cube, we're going to have to hook this up. And a bunch of this stuff does not relate. So it doesn't have a rendering server. It doesn't spawn additional rocks or any of that stuff. That's all going away. But there are still a few things about it. I think one of them might be if you shoot them, they disappear. So you need to not be shooting them if you expect to touch them and reload your amount. And once you destroy them, they don't come back until the next level. But only your zaps can make them go away. So let's see. And this is also where, let's see. Okay, we don't have a game, so we can't call the sounds. We don't have a rock size, so we can't do that. Although, I mean, there's not that many of these. We could have a game. Oh, also, we do not care if the Guardian hits these things. It can be immune from that hurting him. We don't care if the bot hits these things. It can be immune from that. See how far we have to go to get rid of the Guardian code. we go. We do not care if rocks hit them. We do care if zaps hit them. We do care if player hits it. And let's make it forgiving as all hell. So how about you just... Oh, we need game for this too. Okay. We do not care about velocity whatsoever. We're just pumping the target damage all the way up. And you cannot be hurt by crashing into the rescue thingy too fast. Okay, so in theory, that'll work. Where do we have game instantiated here? Do we have it defined up here? Yes, we do. So we need that to live up here too. Was that? Partial class rock rigid body 3D, private game. First class cube, private game. I believe that's the part where I have to connect it, although maybe we do that in code. We do that in code. Copy, and then in ready, this is the only thing, is instantiating it. There, now it is able to refer to things like the score and such. And this part seems legit. That's also legit. Guardian does not need to have anything to do with that. Ooh, looks like I'm going to need where player too. I'm not going to need rock size though. Although I'll be able to make a private version of it. That could work. It would have to be kind of tiny. It'd have to be like 1. And weirdly enough, I don't think I have the edit everything in scope. And that is super weird. Oh, also, it's 4. I need to get my tacos ready. I'll be back in a moment to do more with this. Back we are. That ought to be good for the next 54 minutes, and then I'll get to go and have tacos. But until then, we're going to figure out what we're doing with verb instance here. Because in theory, this should be following the same rules. Setting the dry level and so on. So in theory, I need to define where player as well. Because all these things need to have their little private sense of where the player lives. There might be a better way of doing that. This is the way I'm currently doing it. I believe they're simply references to the location of these things. So that makes fairly good sense. So if we run into one of these guys and we are a player, you are brought back up to full health. They're your health power-ups. On the other hand, if you shoot them, they blow up and go away. So let's go in here and temporarily make a rock size. Oh, interesting. I've done something wrong here. It seems okay for the most part, but then you can't convert it to int. Why are you able to do it over here? Oh, because it is an int. Duh. Alrighty then. We'll see how that goes then. We have some errors hanging around, probably because we've got stuff here which super doesn't need to exist. So there's the explodey sound. And in fact, it will make particles too, which seems fun. And all of this doesn't need to be here. We are not spawning rocks when you shoot those things. Oh, nice. It has highlighted that just a little bit. So this queue free. And collided queue free means it's deleting the zap. Deleting the zap is also important. All right, let's see if it worked. Except for I'm at level 500, so there's not going to be as many of them. Level 500, here we go. Do we die instantly upon bouncing off the rock? No, but I think it'll do me some good if I bonk into it. So the Guardian's mad at me, and that's tiresome. Let's see if we can reload. Didn't work. Let's try again. Okay, let's shoot it and see if it bounced off of that too. Oh, I know exactly why. I have forgotten an important stage. And that important stage is setting up the collision in the Godot engine. So here we have rock and signals. Signals on body entered is connected to something. It's a rigid body 3D. Cube, well, that's also a rigid body. Is it now, though? Well, it needs to have some kind of collision. So there's something in here that I can use. I'm just not quite sure what. Collision object 3D. Well, we don't actually care about the mouse collision, do we? How do we get the same behavior? Rigid body 3D on body entered. Maybe this means I need to update it to being a rigid body 3D. Because I don't see the same signal in collision object. I don't think it tracks that, does it? That's a problem. Yeah, I do not see that there. It's a static body. I'm happy with it being static, but I don't think it has the... Hang on. Okay, collision. It does have a collision layer, but I don't think it's talking to anything else. Okay. Okay, here's what we have to do. We have to make it into a rigid body 3D. See whether that helps. Static body 3D. Rigid body 3D, very similar, but that one talks to things. Pretty sure freeze means don't respond to stuff. On the other hand, maybe that's exactly what it needs. Don't know if we need this. And we're not doing an integrator at all, so that's probably fine. But we do want this. So max contacts reported. Gonna make that be what I'm doing with the other ones. That's reporting a max of 8 contacts. Arguably more than I need. But we're gonna see what this does. And now that this has a signal, we connect it to that. And now we see whether it still works. That beeping in the distance was my tacos, the oven being ready for them. Right. Oh, and we got a little work to do up here too. Better update this here so that it knows what it is. Okay, let's find out if it runs. Also, I'm still at the high level. We shall find out. Okay, so top of level, bounce off one of these lightly. To get small amounts of damage. And then let's find a square thing. There's bound to be one around here somewhere. this should be a decent way of testing some of this stuff out. So, mild damage. Let's see whether we can contact this. No. You're supposed to give me regen. Okay, let's see if we can shoot it. Nope. It's an object, but it's not doing what it should. Interesting. It runs. It is running. But we're not hooked up properly, are we? So we should be calling from on body entered. And that should be able to update this stuff. And we should be able to blow things up this way, make the zaps go away, delete self. So, cube, rigid body 3D, this is the part we're trying to call. I don't know why it's complaining about being public void. It wants to be made private. Well, actually, no. I am attempting to do things with it. Let's see where this gets to then. Okay, it's rigid body 3D. We're calling on body entered. Go to method didn't do anything. Pick receiver method, attach script. This should be the one. Compatible methods only. Alrighty, that should have done it. Why wouldn't it? Need contact monitor to be set to true and max contacts reported to be set high enough. Contact monitor is on. Did we need to do continuous for the other things? That was continuous. That was continuous also, although it's only reporting 4 contacts. So was that. So maybe we just assumed that that has to also, what if it doesn't sleep and we just fix it in place some other way? Okay, those are not what I thought they were. Also, are these other ones, do these other ones get to sleep? No, that doesn't get to sleep. So let's have this also match that behavior. And constant forces, nope. Access lock is the way I can make this be stuck in one place. Whereas linear velocity and damp and so on, not so much. Might be amusing to have it twirlable. How about I have it twirlable? Angular. Okay, so now we've made it match the other things. Let's see what this does now. And let's take the game level right down to a low level again. I already know that it's difficult when being played in a high level. Also, there's going to be more of these around in the low level. Okay, firstly, bounce gently off of enemies. Take a little bit of damage. See if we can bounce off of this guy. Yep. And it's twirly. And it's gone. Although it didn't make a noise. Made a nice burst of fluff though. I definitely need to include points so that you can make that blow up and get lots of points. But, well, actually, before I do that, let's see what we got as far as large numbers of explosions. Okay, that could be more. We could definitely make more. So I had it when the Guardian runs into stuff, it produces large numbers of rocks. Here's our explosions. We didn't get any explosions, interestingly, from shooting the cube. I feel we should have, and I'm not quite sure what happened. Maybe rock size has to be 4 or more. No, wait, that's the particles. So that's going to be fine. Let's see, this is Guardian collision. So we go past here, and that goes 2, 3, and 4. So it makes maximum number of rocks blown up. However, this could make some more rocks. I'm trying to remember what else I needed to update, but I'm forgetting. How many rocks do we get now? Lots. Score so you can do this, and that needs to make a noise. So let's go straight over to here and see how we are not making it make a noise. What if 4? What if that? Because the giant rock sizes make the big, deep explosions, so we're looking for a smaller explosion. There we go. I wonder if I can make an even smaller. Is that way? this damage thing should still matter because that is how we bounce off of rocks and damage to diamond. And then you have to go and find one of these guys in order to respawn. But you should also get massive extra points for shooting these very things that you need to have in order to recover. And then you also have to avoid this dude. It could really be closer upon spawn. Also, that could be a technique for making the glowing red, the Guardian, not be mad anymore. Like, see, you're trying to attack me. Well, tell you what. Boom. There, I've taken part of my refuge away, and then it should settle down. Or maybe it teleports it to somewhere far away. Would that be interesting? You teleport it to somewhere far away? Now there's a thought. What would it be like to do that? Well, we're doing this. That could be a bribe to get you to shoot your own regen. Yes, if you do that, it goes, and maybe you get a lot of points, but it teleports the Guardian away, making it not be a threat. Bump it to bring up your points. Also, I am not necessarily thrilled with how spinny that is. So how about that gets access locked as well? That said, I'm happy that it's working and colliding. I feel like there is possibilities here. So we got that. What do we have to do in order to update the position of Guardian? Maybe we can just load it like with the other nodes. How about that? And then if we update this here, oh, hang on. Almost there. That should give us a connection to the real-life Guardian, at which point, where do we put it in a startup? I'm not going to want it to necessarily be there, but if we do this with it, at least we'll have teleported it somewhere. And And what I can do is set a random thing and then normalize it, then multiply it by like 50. That'd work. Guaranteeing that it is in some direction, but as far away as you possibly can ask. That seems legit. Let's start by just okay, so if this works, you'll be able to teleport the Guardian to that one spot, and if that works, I can make it a random spot. Oh. What? Why are you all going down? Come back! What are they doing? Oh no. Well, now what's going on there? Oh, I know what's going on there. They're axis lock, they're angular lock, but they're subject to gravity. That's no good. I don't know why suddenly that started working, but gravity scale of 0, thank you. There. I don't know what was going on with that, but whatever. And math shouldn't actually matter. There. That should fix them falling out of the sky. Let's find out if that's true. It did. Already. So fly down to here. Make the Guardian angry. He got very, very angry indeed. Can't see him though. Also, where are my blocks? Well, it's blinking, so that's not one of them. Ooh, something's choking, something's happening. I feel like maybe I'd better restart. This is not working as anticipated. Okay, the hope is if I find one of these, I can teleport this guy to somewhere else. Unfortunately, they seem to have disappeared, and my zapping of these things is running into interference. And I don't see where they are anymore. I know they're not blinking. Let's start again from level 0. Boom. I said boom. Funnily enough, that didn't instantly kill me. But that did. Okay. Level 1. Peacock. I'm supposed to be able to shoot these or bounce off of them. Oh, hi. Okay. It's not locked at all, is it? But it still explodes. There's another. close than I like. That did not work. I didn't teleport. And we're hiccuping, so we're calling. All right, so we can do this. Maybe it's happening in the wrong place. Did I put this in the wrong place? This part's supposed to be okay. But okay, so in theory, I'm supposed to be able to update where Guardian position, but I don't know if that's going to work, so we're going to find out. For laughs, we can teleport the Guardian to where the zap was. Let's find out whether that does anything. Let's see what we get there. That should be pretty straightforward, really. Assuming I can find... Yep, that's where I thought you were pointing. Looking for one of my cubes. There it is. Do we make the Guardian suddenly appear there? We do not. We're not updating that at all, are we? We can probably... I have a Guardian where Guardian equals get node as Guardian. Is that where Guardian lives, though? See, it should be in the same level as player. Yeah. No, that's at the same level as player. What can I do to mess with it? Like if I can't just update position like that, hey Neoni, then what can I do? In my final 20 minutes stream. Well, that should have instantiated this on body entered, so we do get to run stuff here. Linear velocity gets to be updated. So in theory, we can, if it does in fact apply that to itself as Guardian, which is also a rigid body 3D, then we can make it scoot off in some direction by shooting those little things. Let's go and find out. So I need to have that in view, but also one of these blocks. That is not a block, that is just a guy. Here's a bug. We haven't actually scaled this differently, that's what's going on. Alright. Let's see if we can get that Guardian to approach. It did not change its position in the least. Okay. Next thing to try, can we update its internal parameters? If so, we can shut off its anger by shooting one of those, and that would be legit. The question is, would it work? Also, we see that all of these are far too closely spaced. That's why I was diving down and not being able to do anything with it. They're all far too close up. Maybe that worked. One way to tell would be to have the Guardian's intensity go dimmer. So the way that works and the way that it's depicted is pulse. So Omni attenuation gets updated to this. I don't know why that happens every single time, but whatever. If you scale 1 plus pulse, physics counter ramps up. I can probably tell more easily if I play on a higher level. Also, one of the things I wanted to do was okay, rocks are calculated in a very different way. Rocks just ramp up as we go. And I don't necessarily need that node to say rocks. That might be better for damage. But that's another thing for perhaps another day. I am going to want a score in there somewhere. Let's see. Guardian position could be... maybe this is a fine place to do the random positioning of the Guardian. Not that I can't just use this. What shall we do to get a random position? Because what I'm going to want to do is set it in a random way and then set it to, hang on. So if we do that, and then we're going to do don't know if I want the system rand. Feel like I would like the Godot version. Okay, GD rand I, except for it's going to be rand F. Float between 0 and 1. So that's going to be this. And that gives me a thoroughly random 3-positioned thing. Except for unit distance. That means normalized. So it'll continue to be pointing in any direction, but it will be any direction always snapped to a maximum distance of 1 in whatever direction that is. And times. Now let's see what we got, because that should have made something happen. We'll find out. And I think it worked. Yep, there it is. There it is. Didn't actually end up having this do anything. So I'm gonna give up on Where Guardian. I feel like that did not give me what I needed. And so I'm not going to mess with it any further. Guardian will just continue to be a risk. Let's see now. Weird to me that I tried to freeze it in several different axes and that only made it become bouncing madly about. And by it I mean the cube. Maybe not. So now Guardian can be considerably farther away than that. It's going to be a while before he turns up. Or stand corrected, because there he is already. That's kind of weird. Wasn't expecting that. I thought he was a lot farther away. Getting slightly garbled audio. Fun blowing these things up, I guess, but it's not doing anything that really helps. And again, there's only a limited number of them, so you would have to go and find them all. That could be the alternate win condition. It's like either find your counterpart or blow up all of these things that are your counterpart except for squares. And meanwhile, this guy is now putting on some speed. of calm down once it has hit a rock. It may even be true. I'm not sure I love the fact that I can go far away from this thing and then there it is. What's that about? Okay, that should be far away. Where's the dude now? It's literally right there. Alright, see you later, Jim. So something's up with that. What if we don't have any of these? In theory, well, that's weird. Why did you not comment? How about if I do it like this? There we go. Also, I've got double semicolons there. They're not doing anything, but I've got double semicolons there. Alrighty. So in theory now I can flee indefinitely away from Mr. Dude. It's a strangely satisfying little... I should fire off more of those sparkles. Okay. There is Mr. Dude. Let's see if we can get way far away from Mr. Dude by going incredibly fast without crashing into anything. Okay, I'm willing to say that's pretty far away, but at the same time, it's kind of not, isn't it? What's up with that? I thought I could go away from that guy. It would seem like if I went really far, then we'd actually succeed in not having him around anymore. I'm tempted to risk going backwards and seeing what that looks like. See, there he is. In my sights. I'm probably going to run into something this way, but... hitting the brakes. Yeah. He just came right back into the space I was in. That seems rude. What's the deal with that? Are you not being teleported properly? No, it's almost time. Almost time for tacos. Okay, Guardian. Here's our collision. We do actually have the ability to respond to zap, so you could simply shoot it if it gets annoying. And I have any number of opportunities to... Since we're in Guardian, we get to manipulate things about Guardian, and I know that it'll work. So... So if we used this to straight up replace it with linear velocity, I'm not quite sure what it's complaining about. Oh, potentially it's a null. And that would be because we can do that within this. Then we know it's not a null. Alrighty. Let's see what we have now. It's fun shooting those. Not as much fun as shooting these. And we've got Mr. Dude from some direction, so we're going to approach and see if we can shoot it. No, that didn't work at all. Alrighty, but why not? On body entered, if we collide with player, then it will in fact kill the player. If it's zapped, then you queue free, but it's not adopting collided linear velocity. I mean, linear velocity is getting updated in physics process very aggressively. So that's something of a Aurora Dreamweaver. Oh. Well, it's going to where I'm going to delete this particular thing. And it's actually time for my dinner now. Got to that point, but it was fun fooling with this stuff. There was that, at least. So we're not doing this any longer because we don't actually have a need to pin it to anything. And here's where we are updating the position of various things. Actually, no, that's not where that's happening. Here's where we're updating all of these things. Up to and including updating Guardian for going farther away. Ooh, but we aren't, are we? Kind of is. Is taking position and making it be that position by one world size in the relevant direction, which is legit, but we seem to be running into a clamp there. That doesn't exist for the other stuff. But, you know, it's fine, I guess. For now it is, anyhow. And we did not player, bots, cubes. And bots increase to level. So let's see. If level was 500, but we went for the square root of it, well, that's actually quite a small number. But then if you multiplied it by 10, it would be large again. So then if we were at this level of 500, that goes to 22, which goes to 220. So 500 was 280. So if we do that, it ends up equating to roughly, at level 500, you get 500 guys. Where's our level? And at level 5, you get lots more than just 5 guys. And that looks like this. So the game is find your counterpart, but it's a lot more beepy and interesting than it was. And you get to continue to play. And there's always a lot of dudes to pay attention to. And the number of asteroids will continue to ramp up as we go. It's gonna be you. Being pursued by a dude. This is the target. Got there. And so now that can't hurt me anymore. Although it might actually still be pursuing me. Let's see what it does when I get right up next to it. Does it still end up harmless? It's not pursuing me and it's not killing me. Right on. I definitely need to put a score in here because it makes it seem as if there should be a score. You can do all of this stuff. You can blow up big rocks, all that kind of thing. You can blow up big rocks until there's nothing but big rocks, but you are meant to pursue. I should have that fire zap in the direction of the target. It really should fire a zap in the direction of the wind you want. But there's plenty of other So here's the playing of the game. Works like that. Some details need to be fixed up, but it seems to be encouraging you to do the thing that you're meant to do in the game. I feel like there's other details that could be done, but the gist of it is basically working as anticipated. It says that away. That's probably the one. Yep. And here we go. It is coming into shape. Although I'm wondering why it's stalling in this way. That seems odd. Still, there's just a bunch of details to attend to, and then that'll be fine. Gameplay loop here. It's starting to come into focus. I feel like there are things about it that could run better, and I don't know why it's stalling on startup there. But yeah, there is a gameplay loop that is coming into focus, and that seems neat. I'll maybe work on this again on Thursday. I'm taking a slight breather from all of the plugins and stuff because there's a bunch of plugins ready to go now. I'm not even sure what to do next because there's a bunch of cool ones that are ready to drop. Compressor, new reverb, all manner of stuff. But that is for another day. So I will talk to you later. I'm off to have my tacos. Bye-bye.